We are live. Welcome everybody. Worm King, hello pre-roll. We can just, menu pre-roll, right? I just need, whenever I start a stream, I need like 2-3 minutes to set some things before I really get started. So I used to have a video that I would play, but I think showing the menu kind of works a little bit better. Lets people know what game I'm playing on both YouTube and Twitch, right? Because Twitch has the header, but YouTube doesn't. All right. And I see Korthal over there on YouTube. We are banging away. We are on the home stretch, guys. Home stretch. Trying to finish off the 1.0 playthrough that has been going since September of 2024. And we should be able to complete floor 5 tonight. Let's take a look. So all the hookups are done. The machines are in. We just, tonight is cosmetics. Getting all the cosmetics done for diamonds and then diamonds. And then for time crystals and trigons, floor 6, maybe we can do some setup tonight so that Saturday we, can push it a little bit further. I don't want to officially start working on floor 6 tonight, but maybe depending on how sleepy I get, we can do a little bit. I haven't finished the Star Rupture video, and so I need to work on that a little bit tonight after I get off the stream. So, we're not going to do an 8-hour run. Luckily, work has calmed down significantly this week for me. It picks up again next week, but I've got a very small, little, it's not like I'm working till 6 or 7 o'clock every night like I was last week. So, we're making it. Yeah, 4 to 6. Yeah, that's the goal. Knock out these, if we could take 3 hours to knock out these cosmetics and then like an hour of prep for the next floor, that would be ideal. Or maybe like 4 in 1. Something along those lines. So I've been looking into the tech that I'm going to have to figure out to do the speed runs, the co-op speed runs. My streaming computer makes it complicated. Basically, I'll have to run the live split on the gaming computer and then another copy on the computer with OBS. And then they talk to each other over my local area network. Because the game is triggering the splits on a different computer that has OBS. So, and we will not be able to do 1.2 on the, I was hoping to do 1.2 on the, co-op speed runs, but it's gonna have to be 1.1. Hey Oki Sooner and Ray. So yeah, I was talking to Melkor today about it. He's pretty excited. We want to get started kind of practicing Friday nights after we finish off Star Rupture. So we may be doing some speedrun shenanigans before we finish off this playthrough. Or maybe if I'm really close in this playthrough, we just do Friday nights and just like cram it. I don't know. We'll find out. All right. So yeah, little run. Is there anybody brand new? Is there anybody brand new to my channel? No, it's not because SkyUI. It's because I would do the speed run without SkyUI. It's because, well, let's take a look. It's two reasons. These runs are under version 1.1. There's no 1.2 on these official runs. So that's reason number one. And reason number two, hey Foghouse, thanks for the follow. There is a mod that automatically triggers the splits, so I don't have to hit any global keybinds to trigger the splits. And it's just, that's gonna be a lot better for me because I'll be late, I'll forget, and it'll like screw up the split times. So there, and I think the mod was actually built by Epiphany, right? Who is Mr. Number One in the US here, right? So he actually built it. So it's his mod, right? And I was looking at this today, and then obviously that mod isn't going in, yeah, auto split helper by Epiphany, right? And so, and obviously that's not in 1.2. Plus, even if it was, there's no official timestamp out for co-op. Does that make sense? And then I was thinking me and Melkor could maybe like post up some of these like other co-op 2-player like scores here. I think that would be fun. But anyway, I digress. Hi, first time here, long time Satisfactory player. Hey Mac, do you want a quick little mini tour? I'm happy with a little mini tour. All right, so just where we're working, we're going to be working here. And this is the floor that makes diamonds for our phase 5 factory. You said you're a long time Satisfactory player. Oki did your first real job the other day where I was assisting with the bricking and hanging of chain runners, dressing drapes and running cable. Nice. Yeah. If willing. Oh yeah, definitely. I don't want to do it for no reason, but if there's at least one person that would enjoy it, I'm happy to do a quick little run through. So this floor is basically done. We just have to do the lighting and the cosmetics. Lately, I've been streaming my big streams on Saturday nights where I do most of each floor. And then the Wednesday nights, I'm kind of finishing it off, and today's Wednesday night. So we're going to be mostly doing cosmetics. When we're done, we really need, and by the way, this is the subfloor. Subfloor here is, I think, complete. Oh, there's a couple little things. We didn't quite finish the ceiling here. But the subfloor here is basically complete. This is a really simple subfloor, frankly. Oh, Foghouse would enjoy a little tour. Perfect. Thank you for the first time chat. But up here is going to be lighting that looks like this. This is a floor that's done. It's really two components. It is this under lighting. So under the rails, we have red lights, and these are blueprints, right? Like we'll use I made these blueprints and they connect to the railing. And then the second part are the catwalks. And the second part is the railing here that lines the main flooring. Right, so those are the two components that we need to do in the floor above. And I always tell myself, like, there's no way it'll take 3 hours, and then it does. So I don't know. Hopefully it'll go faster this time. Because I would love to do as much prep as possible for floor 6 tonight, so that Saturday we can knock out a ton, right? Yeah. Here. We'll play one. Where is it?
The tickets are now diamond.
The tickets are now diamonds. So yeah. So these are these floors now. Now, what are we in, right? We're in a big old factory. There's going to be 9 floors. Let me go to the top and I'll kind of show you, give you some context. This is the context of kind of like what we're doing inside. Let me give you some broader context. You have 4,500 hours in, but can't play much anymore due to age, health. Enjoy watching others on YouTube stream and still keep up on the game. Well, you come to the right place. You've come to the right place. All right, so we're actually inside. Let's go. Should we go dark? Yeah. We are actually inside this giant building. Our settings didn't load. All right. I'm very sad. I'm very, very sad. Did our settings didn't load, you guys. Something's wrong with my engine file. All right, hold on, pause. Big pause or Rooski. Give me a second. Something's wrong with the syntax of my settings. R.view distance scale 3. There we go. And then the other one, gotta check on that. Or maybe I didn't save or something. R.lumen .reflections .smooth bias 0.5. All right. We are in a giant Arasaka tower. That is the keystone to my cyberpunk city that I'm building in Satisfactory. Each of these buildings are a factory. This one is phase 5. But yeah, and then I redid the logo, right? The logo is a K instead of the Arasaka. And then let's take a better look here. Hey, full of leavings. That's incredible. I know. It's incredible that I haven't given up yet. And then it is we have signage here, Arasaka. So yeah, quick run through the buildings. This is Nakatomi Plaza from Die Hard. Die Hard is a Christmas and Fixmas movie. You can't quite see it. It's you can sort of see it, Nakatomi, from where we are. That's the Fixmas factory. This big L-shaped factory is the rocket fuel power plant. Mark would be a good short. I have so many shorts. Like, I hear you. I do have so many shorts touring the factory. I do. And then this is phase 4 space elevator parts, these 4 buildings. And then we have 4 other buildings on the other quadrant there that all build various things. Those 4 are actually buildings in real life. That is the John Hancock building in Chicago. We have the Shard in London. That Twisty building is in Bahrain. And then it's really hard to see, but that is the Mercury City Tower in Moscow. And then the center tower is a building that I have for central storage. And then there is freeways. There's trucks bopping around and taking materials to and from each building. But yeah, each building is a working factory. I mean, except obviously for the Fixmas factory. That's not working right now. But yep. And then we have one more thing to show you, and that is the building in the desert that is used to keep track of it's really a hub, and I built the Tyrell Corporation pyramid from Blade Runner. So this is a raw materials hub, and all the raw materials that get fed into...
I like things that look good.
I do like things that look good. All the raw materials that get fed into the city go through this building first, kind of gather them all together, and then we load them onto the trains that get delivered up into the city. Very nice, original and clever. Yeah, a lot of work too. What are we at here? Oh, 11, almost 1200. We're gonna be at 1200 here pretty soon. So yeah, there you go. That is the quick version of the cyberpunk city, and we're on the last building. This is it. Good morning, Corpy. I don't know if I said good morning, but good morning. So yeah, like I said, this is floor 9. Actually, this is the subfloor to floor 9, but Girl, look at that body. I work out. 5-minute cooldown on sound alert started. Nice. We're testing a cooldown limit on that. Thank you for the quick tour, much appreciated. Of course. Those are still a work in progress, but they're pretty fun. Girl, look at that body. All right, so what are we gonna do first? I think we do the rails first. So let's set the rails in the blueprint, or in my blueprint quick slots. And then I think we are going to go with the corner here. I could have made one that was like a corner piece. But, you know. Oh well. Comes together pretty quick, to be honest. Our only day off this week. Yikes. All right, shorty. But yeah, if anybody's new, feel free to bang away with any questions. I am always open to pause the stream and answer questions, especially if it's like, you know, something that I'm doing in game, you know, some technique I'm doing, or you don't know why I'm doing something, you know, please just ask. I'm happy to stop. Usually I need a break from this mind-numbing drudgery, and I'm happy to answer questions. What's my favorite corvid? So we have magpies. In Northern California, we have magpies. But, I mean, don't know if I would call it my favorite. Can you imagine doing something this ambitious without blueprints? No, I abuse blueprints. And I actually never played without them. I started in update 7, which was the update that added blueprints. They were still pretty rudimentary. Update 8 got a lot of upgrades to the blueprints, you know, just in functionality. But 7 is where they were initially like you couldn't like delete blueprints on the whole, even in update 7. You know, so if you built something like if I wanted to delete this, I couldn't just select it and delete it. I would have to delete every single piece, right? Still better than nothing, but right, you know, a lot of the user friendliness came later. What a random question. What's your favorite corvid? But yeah, I don't think I would be doing something like this without blueprints. You know, I mean, you know, especially like the pyramid. That's not a corvid. Not a corvid. Close though. You can't help but think of Mikey. Yeah. So Minikin is taking the AP test for history tomorrow. Did I come up with my own building techniques? I have, yeah. You know. Thank you for the follow. Zero Logic. Yeah. I mean, some of the stuff, it's hard, right? Because like, I can't remember if I saw this somewhere else. I probably saw this particular one someplace else. But the thing that I'm about to do, I definitely did on my own. But yeah, it's kind of hard to remember where one thing starts and another one begins, if you know what I mean. Or often, I think probably the most often, what happens is I'll get inspired by something or somebody else, and then I'll take it to a new like place, you know, but who's to say really whose building technique it was anymore. Or I'll come up with something independent, like one of my favorite ones is this. And I thought I was so smart, right? Because I figured out how to put lighting in these right, you know, relatively early after 1.0 came out. And I was feeling very proud of myself. Turns out Total Eclipse did it like a week earlier. And I'm like, no. The Kylearn 389. Thought I should check you out again. I had fun last time. Hope is all going well with you. It is. There we go. That one's done. As long as it works, plus that's the beauty of the community sharing knowledge. Yeah, definitely. How do you put the lighting in the barriers? Well, let me show you. All right, so you have the barrier. You have the light. All right, you want the 4-meter one. So all you have to do you see this difference? Here's where it builds normally. You have to build one, and then you come down. This is like a quarter of a notch. But this is the only way to do it. You can't nudge it. You have to look at the edge of another sign and notch it down. And then you can build this right over the top of it. And you save that as a blueprint. And then obviously, you know, you could do the opposite, right? You just turn this around. That makes sense? Lena, hey, just stopping by long enough to say hi and good night. Eldon is doing his end of year state testing, and so you're so ready to be done. My kids are doing the same thing. Six in the morning is early. Yeah, I'll be asleep. Yeah, it's simple. It is simple. It's just honestly, most of the tricks I'm doing are simple. They're just creative applications of simple tricks. Hey, recollect, how's it going? Bruh. You've been building recently, bruh? Bruh. You know, like what I just did, which is, you know, using a a rotated painted beam to angle these lights. Right? It's not a complicated thing. It's just clever use of it, right? And that's the way most of this is. All right. This game is very addicting. Yeah. Am I using shaders? What do you mean shaders? I mean, Unreal Engine comes with shaders. You don't mean the in-game lighting, right? Yeah, you've been playing on and off all day. I know. I mean, you could do what I did with Star Rupture and be like, all right, I'm done with this factory. Let me go just work on a couple more things. And the stream continues for the next freaking 2.5 hours. It happens. Welcome to the club. I mean, he means shaders in like the Minecraft sense. Well, yeah, but what is that? Is that a mod? Right? I mean, there's shaders in the game, right? I'm using in-game settings, but I'm not using a mod. It just depends on what you mean by shaders. Guess you just never seen the lights and reflections in this game before. It looks great. Well, there are some custom settings, right? I have Lumen turned up to the max, but I'm also using and reflections are turned up. Those aren't turned up to the max, but they're turned up. We're getting extra bouncy lighting, you know, and I'm, you know, taking advantage of that and building things in certain ways that look good, right? But this is, you know, this is the game. And yeah, it's always one last thing. I know. Yeah, it's better. I've got a dog and 2 cats. In addition to the 5 kids. Where were we? We were down here. It's polished floors. Yeah, that's a setting. There's a smooth bias you can change in the console commands. But I've also got these floors set in such a way that, you know, it's kind of easier to do that. Right, even with that setting, if the floors aren't set a certain way, they won't reflect like that. So it's kind of a some of the parts kind of a deal, right? It's all of it together. Steven, good morning, afternoon, evening. Yeah, you too. And I don't think, was that your first time chatting, Exile? Welcome. This railing is relatively straightforward. The lights on the catwalks are the bigger pain in the butt. But I figured I would do these railing first. This mic feels low. Feels like I have to hunch over to talk in it. There, that's a little better. But yeah, I was talking to Melanchor today about the speed run. He's excited to do those. After we finish off Satisfactory. I mean, Star Rupture. You're about to pass phase 4 of the space elevator. I've never beat this game before. Well, neither have I. I'm about to beat it, you know, in the next few weeks. So you're in good company. I'll race ya. Come on. Speedrunning in this game is wild. Yeah. I will never be as good as that crazy mother effer is. However, I don't have to be, because I'm going to do co-op with my brother. I am not going to compete in the solo speedrunning competition. At least not anytime soon. Damn, your builds are huge. Do I use Satisfactory calculator to plan for the builds, or do I just wing it? I do not just wing it. Actually use Satisfactory tools. So this is our current playthrough here. So this is all planned out. I know how much I'm going to make, where it's going to come from, you know, all the materials that are needed, how these all hook together. This is just this one factory. And then I have extensive Excel sheets on, you know, what I'm doing, where I'm going, how I'm doing it. I've got pictures. You know, here is the phase 4 Excel sheets. This is just for phase 4 space elevator parts. I have a city map that I have been using. I basically turned Excel into graph paper. So, and I've got notes here, where the trains, you know, what gets loaded on the trains. All of these have something in there. Train hub. This is a measurement of all of the items that are going in and out of the pyramid, the Tyrell Corporation pyramid. Inflow, outflow, net remaining. I do not just wing it. I am, that would be my brother that you are. Is Melkor going to be a positive or negative on their co-op time? Oh, he'll be positive. Oh, yeah. Melkor is an idiot, but he's not stupid. Worm King, out of nowhere, based opinion, I would like AI to disappear. Just automated AI limiters, which we need in real life. Oh, okay. All right. It wasn't out of nowhere. Well, it's not going to happen, boys. Get used to it. Got to learn how to use calculators. Can't hold on to those slide rules forever. They're coming for AI's coming for your slide rules, boys.
Ken,
Ken. Dude, where's my cursor? There we go. I was thinking about the time. Oh, it's Mikey. That you need to beat your head on the table from time to time. Here's the deal. How can I explain Melkor? All right, have you guys ever had one of those really smart dog breeds where if you don't give them something specific to do, an actual job, like a working dog job, and like punishment reward structure, right? What do those really intelligent active dogs do? If you haven't given them something, what do? Well, they get bored and they destroy shit, right? Because they're bored. You haven't given them enough to do. And whose fault is that? Is it the dog's fault? That's Melkor. Melkor is like a smart dog that has no self-control. Okay? If I give Melkor something to do, you will be shocked. I guarantee you guys, the majority of you guys will be shocked at how well he does in satisfactory co-op speedrunning. You will be well and truly shocked. He figured out how to unlock and open doors. Yeah, he's a velociraptor. Holy S, that's awesome. That's a lot of planning. I never understand how people learn to do stuff like that. I can't even add two values together in Excel. Well, it's pretty easy. Equals, okay? Then you click on the cell, 1 plus, click on cell 2. Excel is one of my superpowers. I use it for work. It's a big deal to me. I know how to do a lot. I'm not going to be winning the Excel World Series or anything, but I do use it a lot and am pretty proficient with it. Right, Mikey? I mean, it's true. I mean, Melkor was very good in, everybody forgets, but he was very good in Ashes. And he's also very good in Schedule 1. Okay, but if he gets bored, what he does, he starts to get sleepy. Okay, he starts to get sleepy, and then to keep himself awake, he has to start making terrible jokes and to annoy the shit out of me. So we just like a dog with a chew toy, right? You have to keep him busy. And if you do that, right, and I'll give him a goal, right? And we'll have specific goals. Hold on, I see some questions there, and I will answer them. Give me 1 second, you guys. I just need to mute myself for a quick second. All right, I'm back. Wednesday nights, the wife, she's a board member of the local art association, and she has board meetings and various things, and so she's home. Just wanted to chat with her for a quick sec before she went to bed. Okay. How does one calculate train input-output rates? It's however much you put in. If you put 780 in, you're going to get 780 out. Don't overcomplicate it. I know what you're asking, and I did the same thing. Don't overcomplicate it. All right. So here's your trains. Do we get fancy? Ooh, fancy. Okay. If you're inputting 780 per minute, and you've got a train running the circuit, it's a closed system. It's 780. You get out whatever you put in. Okay. Now, if it's short enough, the only question is, how many trains do you need? Okay. And that depends on how far away these two are, your input and your output. And the question is the input backing up or not? If the input is backing up, add another train. How many trains do you need? I don't know. I don't know how far. The answer is yes. But you see what I mean? So if your input's backing up, right? And this one's empty, right? If this one's full and this one's empty, add a train. I think you give an input on how much it dumps. Well, it dumps however much per minute you put into it. You're producing rubber, something like 480 per minute, moving it with 2 train cars, but the input is backing up massively, and it doesn't make any sense. Move more trains. You can either do more cars or more trains. Okay, so in my city, let's go down and look. Oh, my wife opened the door and I could smell the damn chili. She made chili today because she wasn't gonna be home, and the door was closed. She opened it. Now I can smell it. The rubber's crossing off the map, so the travel time is causing a backup. Just add more trains. Yeah, it clicked. Okay, look. Look, this is P1A4. I have at least 4 trains. Right, so I have purple 1A and purple 1B. What is this one? This is T21. All right, so that's teal 2, train 1. I think I have 4 to run all the way back to there. 4 for each station. I couldn't get on. Yeah, just load up the trains now. Now trains will tend P1 B4. Yeah, so I think there's 4 trains. Trains will eventually clump. Now that's a complex topic. How do we Yeah, I know. I did the same thing, man. I know. You're overthinking it. Now, what you could do is you could spread it out over more cars. That's pretty inefficient, honestly. I mean, look at how much I'm bringing in. Each of these cars, I'm loading 780 in. Right? Or, you know, 600 if it's fluid, right? Because it's one Mark II pipe. And make sure that you do this. Okay, you need to have 2 belts out of a station and into a buffer. I would also suggest you load balance as well, but that's a separate conversation. Don't let the chili take over. I'm not going to eat on stream, however much I'd like to. I only had 1 bowl. It's good ass chili too. It smells so good. Our chili it's really good. Now the reason that you have to do this is because when it's loading and unloading, watch. Look, nothing's coming out. Because during the loading and unloading process of the train, nothing can flow in or out of these platforms. And so what you have to do is see what I've done. This belt never stops flowing because this buffer fills up in the meantime with this. Load balances hurt your brain. You much prefer than avoid them. Yeah, here. I think they're necessary with trains. In this case, I'm doing 3 to 5 because I needed 5. And what this ensures is that, you know, obviously as long as they're all the same items coming in, is that if anything backs up, it flows to the other. So all I'm doing is I'm splitting each of these 3 5 ways and then remerging them. It's really not that hard. Okay, and if I was going 3 to 3, I would split each of them 3 ways and then remerge them so that each belt was 1/3 of the original input. And in that way, you can, if something backs up, it overflows, or if it runs dry, it overflows. It's pretty important for trains, and I do them going into the trains and coming out of the trains. And honestly, is it needed every single time? Probably not, but I've never regretted doing it, and I have absolutely regretted not doing it. And honestly, I just made a little 5-to-1 splitter. This is a blueprint. Yeah, this is a 5-to-1 vertical splitter. Belt goes in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It splits it evenly, 5 ways. But yeah, I just got to make sure there's a train always coming. And then with these buffers here and these splitters, if you have a big gap, you know, like let's see if any, and I'm probably oversupplying as well, right? Like this probably doesn't need 3 full 780s. It probably needs more than 2, but less than 3. So it's going to take back some. Yeah. So these are half full. But maybe that's because he arrived a lot sooner than the last train. But like, you just let it run. And because they're gonna clump. Ads alert. anyway, we'll head back. Hopefully that answered more questions than than it asked. All right, we have to get back to the Arasaka Tower. But anyway, we were talking about let's see. Did I answer all the questions? Yes, I did bust out paint. But anyway, I think you guys are going to be now Melkor's weakness. He does have he has two weaknesses. Number one, when he will get tired. He will get big time tired. You know, if we try to we may not be able to do it right at the beginning, but eventually we'll be doing them in one sitting, right? We sit down and, you know, we go for 10 hours or 12 hours, right? I know we can get to that speed. But if we're on hour 20, bro is gonna crash out. Like he will get tired. And he gets mad too. He gets mad like I do. But like mine is a little bit like, dude, are we already done? This is a really simple railing setup. Yeah, we're already done. We're already done with the rails. All right, let's do the catwalk lights. Just have to switch these over. So that's his weakness. But usually I think I have control over that. I can't push him too hard. I'm the older brother. You guys got to remember, I'm the older brother, right? Poke, poke, poke. I push him, and he has a limit, and it'll be fine, and then it will just crack. So something to so I'll have to be careful. He does get mad. But the biggest thing is just him getting tired. But no, Melkor is always an asset in MMOs. He is definitely better than the average. He's better than Oki. He's definitely better than the average player in an MMO. Definitely an asset. Right. Happy belated birthday. Thank you. Yes. My birthday was 2 days ago. I didn't do a birthday stream. I don't really stream Monday nights. But yes. I guess today is as close to a birthday stream as we're gonna get. I am 42, the answer to life, universe, and everything. Oki is a great MMO player. He knows how to make you laugh at my expense. Well, if that's what you consider great, then he is that. I don't know. What do you think, Mikey? Do you think the general viewership that doesn't know Melkor as well as we do you think that they will be surprised at his at how well he does in the speed running. You're doing your central train station to add buffers now. Yeah, start with the buffers. The buffers are 100% necessary. They have to be there, have to. And you go 2 belts to 1, okay? And then that's on the output, and on the input, 1 belt to 2. Have to be there, all right? The load balancing, the splitting, and the remerging, you're gonna need that in some cases, but not all cases. And, you know, if you find that, you know, one of your belts is consistently backing up and the other one is empty, right? Load balancing could help you there. Like if I had 3, let's say I had 3 belts coming out of here, right? Let's do another. One, two, 3 out of these 3 train cars. And let's say I have 3 needs. Let's say I need 400 on this one, 320 on this one, and 180 on this one. Yeah, it's 700. Right? It's not 700. 5. It's 900. It's 900. All right. Well, coming out of here, wouldn't it just be better to load balance here? Right? So this one will back up and get pushed to these 2. And maybe your inputs over on this side are like 600, 150, and 150 in these 3 cars. That's still 900. So you load balance coming in, you load balance going out, and then you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to do a single overflow. You don't have to and then be like, all right, well, okay, there's 20, right? No, you just split them into thirds and remerge them, right? And then that way you can, you know, over here, because maybe you have, you know, maybe you have a mine that is what is it, the good one, okay? And then you have 2 bad ones, right? And maybe you have some weird need over here. I don't want to worry about that. I'd rather just build a blueprint that splits 3 to 3, lay it to here, lay it there, and be done. Right? And it's easy. Like I could build one literally in seconds. All right, here's your splitter. 3 splitters. Boom, boom, boom. Right? And then 3 mergers. I didn't say it wouldn't be spaghetti. Actually, you don't even need 3. I don't know what I'm doing. Overcomplicating it. This one goes here. Missing one. Right there. Anyway, does that make sense? It's a little messy. This goes like this. There. So each belt that comes in gets split 3 ways and then remerged with 1/3 of the other belt. And they come out the same. And that will handle all your overflowing and all of your backing up to make sure that as long as you do the math on what's entering and exiting the system, it doesn't matter the details on, you know, which one's pulling what. It doesn't matter. You don't care because it'll self-balance. And it can change over time. It helps regulate itself too. Another huge issue I have is that despite everyone telling me not to, I have a central storage where everything from all over the map comes in through mergers, goes through a sorter system. Don't listen to what everybody tells you. I have the same thing. But there isn't enough throughput available, even with Mark 6 belts. Perhaps I need to give up on this dream of never ending full central storage or start using some of it to make other things instead of feeding all your major production in one place. Why are you putting it all in one belt? Right? Does it all come through one train? Like one train station, a single one? I don't see why you would put it all in one belt. I'm doing it with trucks. I'm delivering, I don't know, 8 trucks. Once you can get Melkor locked in and know the plan, people will be impressed. Yeah, I think so. Okay, yeah, many trains, belts, drones, etc. in one place. Okay, but why do you need to feed all of that stuff into a single belt? I don't think you need to feed it into a single belt. You just need sections of your central storage, right? Like if you've got a train that's bringing in 3 items, and that goes to where those 3 items are. I don't think everything has to be constrained down to a single belt. Personally, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, it can hit. Yeah, but just do multiple sushi belts. Split your thing into quadrants. Right? Do all of and you can split out your highest flows. Just do it that way. Which one is your highest flows? It's not going to be like concrete, copper, it's going to be your 500 stacks, right? Concrete, copper, wire, or copper wire, caterium, maybe plastic and rubber. They're 200 stacks. Don't put those into the sushi belt. Wherever those come off the truck, wherever those come off of the drone, Just feed those in directly. Don't add those to your sushi belt. The high flows. That's all. You can absolutely do what you're doing. Just don't combine it all into one massive sushi belt. You can do everything else into a sushi. Just pull out the troublemakers. That's what I would do. And I do have sushi belts that do that exact same thing. I just don't have them all doing it like by itself. Does that make sense? Okay, you got some reworks to do? Oh yeah, definitely. But you can do it, and don't listen to what anybody else says. Except for me. I know everything. Play what you want. I have essential storage. I don't give a shit that there's Dimensional Depot. In fact, I use my essential storage and I made a Dimensional Depot booster. That'll really fry your brain. Yeah, I agree, Mikey. We'll get Melkor locked in. Especially when there's a competition. Like when he has a split, like we'll do a Melkor splits along with like my splits, you know, so like I don't know, 10th, you know, if we can figure it out, like, you know, fully unlocked the sloop and fully unlocked the alien tech, right? That'll be his huge split. But like we can break this down, right? Dimensional Depot unlock, power augmenter unlock, the one that lets you do production amplifier unlock, right? Like this will be his tech tree, right? Because he has to get this. You know, and then if he's got his own splits and he can be like, all right, I got this unlocked, 5 minutes sooner than last time, you're gonna see some crazy shit out of him, right? Because it's a competition. The dimensional booster is a solid reason to have that central storage given the dimensional depots. Right, yeah. We need a break. You might want to show it off. There are enough folks that haven't seen it. I don't want to break poor Worm King TV's brain. I've given him enough to think about. It can only handle so much. But yeah, don't listen to people that tell you how to play this game. Fuck them. It's all mush anyways. Oh shit. All right, let's go. I'm getting bullied. All right, well, we're taking a shortcut. We're actually really close to it. Republic of Pixels, you mean to say that in this open world sandbox that there's not one true superior way to play the game that I should force everyone into? Yeah, I'm a satisfactory fascist. All right. Sir, was that entire building made out of pillars? Yes. These poor guys. You know, it's really funny. You regular guys are so used to this. All right, listen. We gotta focus, okay? We can't get distracted with the pillar building. We have to focus. It's a blueprint. Well, that's how I got it to look like Arasaka Tower. I do use blueprints to help me build them faster. Sure, but I have custom designs. Okay. I have 20. Well, first of all, let's start with this. Each item has its own dimensional depot. Okay, this is my mall. This is my central storage. Okay. Each item in my storage has their own dimensional depot. All right. That's number one. Now, in addition to this, I have something else. I have an additional 20 blueprints. I don't want to get sucked into the hole, so I gotta go through here. Sorry, an additional 20 dimensional depots. That are sitting right here. Okay. 5 times 4. 1, 2, and then 3, 4. All right. Now, I've got 20 belts that are connected to massive storage. Let's find the Let's find the plastic. We'll use I guess we have to look up here. All right, here we go. Here's the plastic. All right, so if you follow this belt up, God, Becky, let me up. You follow this belt up, there's plastic here. I know it's a little dark there. There's plastic here, okay? This plastic is connected to a shit ton of storage. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus the one above. Remember, because there was one up there. Now, through the power of magic, I will explain the magic later, but through the power of magic, I have stopped the plastic from flowing. But I can turn on, using magic, plastic to flow through here when I want to, on demand. I'll tell you how in a second. But how is not important right now. But know that I, through magic, can turn on the plastic belt. When I do, it'll go into here, and this is a giant blueprint that takes 5 items and splits them 20 ways, even 1 to 20. Okay, it breaks it in half and then does 2 10s. Well, really, it breaks it into 4s and does 4 5s, but you know, who's counting? So this belt of plastic gets split into 20 belts of 1/20th. So is this one. This one's like concrete or iron pipes or whatever. There's 20 items. Okay? 20 items get split into 20ths. And then they get remerged with each other. If I turned on all the items all at once, then all 20 of these items would have 1/20th of each item. If I turn on 2 items, then all of these belts have 2/20ths of the 2 items. Does that make sense? Okay, this one's concrete. I know because I upgraded it to the Mark 6. Concrete gets split into these 20 belts and then merged into these 20 belts, along with the splits of anything else that I have turned on. Following me so far? All we're doing is we're taking 20 items, the 20 items that you're most likely to need a lot of, and we're splitting it into 20 pieces. And each of those pieces goes into these 20 dimensional depot uploaders. The idea here is that each dimensional depot only uploads at 240 per minute. But if I can split it into a bunch more, then I can upload them a lot faster. It's empty? Yeah, those are empty. What happens when the depot is full and it ends up clogged with an item? That is the number one problem with this. Now, I have made an additional switch that burns the whatever's in the line, but I have to finish it. I have to pull it out of there. I do. But that is the number one problem. So let's turn on, use plastic as an example. Now let's explain the magic, okay? How are you controlling what item is being fed? This has created so many questions. Okay. Where'd the plastic go? I used plastic because it was in the system. Here it is. Look at this. This is it. Empty canisters must go left and cannot go forward. So what happens when this belt is full of empty canisters and it can't move forward? It blocks it. See, there's an empty canister there. And look, there's another one right there. So if I want, terrible timing getting hit with an ad. Well, wait, there's an ad. Stupid. Oh, you moved over to YouTube. Well, we'll wait anyway because there are people that are watching on Twitch. Now again, this is not perfect, right? And the clogging issue is the number one thing, but it's still so useful. 15 more seconds and then the ads are done on Twitch. Ads over. Looks like 10 more seconds for me. I'll just wait. Okay, so again, just being careful. Just redoing it. So the smart splitter requires empty canisters left, and they cannot go forward. Only whatever isn't an empty canister can go forward. So if left gets packed full, if it backs up and then an empty canister hits, then it can't go in and it blocks the belt. Does that make sense? It has to, because left is full of empty canisters and it can't go forward and there's nothing to the right. So that means everything stops. So far, so good. How do we turn this belt on? We use empty canisters. What's the best way to use empty canisters? Fill it with water. All I have to do is supply power to this, and it'll use empty canisters, turn it into packaged water. I take the packaged water up to a canister unpackager, and it refeeds it. So if you need Super Depot upload, you have to come here and toggle it? No, I don't have to come anywhere. I just open up priority power switch. This one's named plastic booster. Look at that. I just go here, go to the circuit break, go down here to plastic booster, turn that shit on. That starts pumping, and look, there it goes. I can do it anywhere on the map. We head down here, you can see that it's splitting 1 to 20, feeding in here, and these are getting full. I want plastic. Look at that. That is way faster than 280 or 240. Oh, and by the way, I could do all 20 items, but I don't want 20 items. But what if I'm building a bunch of foundations that need plastic and concrete? Now I can turn on plastic. And concrete. And you can see there's both concrete and plastic mixed into the lines. And then when I'm done, turn them off. Now, they take a while to plug. Okay, the plastic's there. There it goes. It's stopped. So yeah, you know, these belts are going to be a little bit full for a little while. And let's say I want to turn on quartz crystal. Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to get to the quartz crystal until I pull out a bunch of plastic and concrete, right? And this is the downside. It gets clogged with whatever the last item was that you put into it. And it's one of the reasons that I have such a large inventory, so that I can manage large projects. By the way, here's the plastic attempting to refill what I just used up. So when I am building massive blueprints that require a ton of materials in quick succession, I just flip the switches and then use them up, and then I never ever forget to switch them off, right? Never. Even if they get max filled up, it's only 2-3 max of emptying the depot. Yeah, it's not really that big of a deal. The pain in the ass is worth it. There you go. What did I do? Oh, I dropped it on the ground. I threw it on the ground. That's not my dad. That's a cell phone. That's the coolest thing I've yet to see in this game. Yeah, as far as I know, I'm the only, I was, you know, first person to think of it, and or, you know, the only person that's built something like that. You know, I need these little, you know, ego boosts to keep me going. All right. That is not good enough. Do I have like I gotta have a really like ego sounding clip. Oh, there is one. Here, let me see if I can find it. I think I can beat the oh, they're not there for me either. Okay, cool. I was gonna play one, but I'm glad that the cooldown is working. We instituted those sound alerts, and they were used a little bit more aggressively than I was hoping. They're fun, but they need to not be going off every 30 seconds. So we put in a timer. So yes, the central storage is helpful. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Porthal. I appreciate it. But yes, honestly, do what you want. And by the way, I don't know if anybody here has run into a phenomenon that happens on the official Satisfactory Discord, but it tends to go something like, you have a question, you go to the Satisfactory Discord and you ask, hey, how do I make this train route work? And instead of answering your question, they say, what kind of an idiot would use trains like this? Right? They don't answer your question. It happens all the time. If you want a Discord where we don't do that, join mine. We also have places that you can, share what you're working on, share your builds. It's a good little community. Yeah, that's what you see on Reddit. Yeah, exactly. Right? You have a question and you're like, well, I'm trying to do this, right? Maybe you want to use trucks. Now trucks in 1.2 are better, right? But like, what if you wanted to use trucks before 1.2? Well, they would have just said, why are you using trucks? You should be using belts, or you should be using trains, instead of, actually just answering your damn question. So yeah. We have a good community. I'll answer questions there too, often, but other people are just as knowledgeable as I am. We try to answer questions the best we can. All right, so in theory, this one should be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. The line really needs to be here, I think. Well, Reddit in general is terrible. Satisfactory Reddit is better than most. But it's still Reddit. Alas. Dead hand design. I've only just started my Satisfactory journey. You boggle my mind, good sir. Okay, so that's the other thing. If you're new, don't let what I'm doing in any way discourage you from, and I'm not saying you are, but I do have people tell me that they see what I've built and then they feel like, oh, I'll never be able to get anywhere close to that, so I shouldn't even try. And I know the feeling. I feel that way with Factorio. I look at Factorio and I see some of these like people just doing amazing things, and I feel like, oh, what do I have to add? I feel like everything's already been done. Even though that's silly, I can't shake the feeling, right? And I see these people doing amazing things in Factorio, and I just think, why even try? I don't want anybody to feel that way because they saw my content, right? So, of course, boggled mind, totally fine. Just don't let it discourage you. That's all. Use it for inspiration. There's so much more in this game that's possible that, neither myself nor other people have come up with yet. That's good. That's good. Just inspiration, not discouragement. Good. All right, buttons loaded. All right, let me see if I can find the one I'm thinking of. We need a really good, like, me being, like, honest about my ego. A soundbite. This one's pretty good.
It's not like I accidentally made something look good.
It's not like I accidentally did this. Yeah. We do need a couple kin being having a little bit too high of opinion of himself. Sound bites. It's called confidence, guys, right? It's confidence. Oki, I want to destroy your grasslands factory. Feel like using tools to do it. When you say tools, do you mean like of the nuclear variety? Honestly, if I didn't have a YouTube channel, like, a lot of what I do is pretty boring. And that's another thing that we use the Discord for. Like, the fun part about Satisfactory is showing off the stupid shit that you built to other people that understand. Like, I can't show my wife this. Like, my wife would just be like, oh, that's nice, I like the colors. But like, she doesn't know like what this is. She doesn't know how difficult that 20 to 1 split dimensional depot item booster, like how many iterations it took me to get it there, like what that means, right? And the fact that I'm using disseparate pieces of the game in not the way they're intended for use to build something new. You guys get it. So I have an incentive to build cool things because I have a channel. Where does that leave you guys that are trying to play Satisfactory and want to build cool things, but you guys don't have a channel? Well, that's where the community creation section of my Discord comes in. You can post your shit there, right? And then we can all pat each other on the back at how good we are at playing in make-believe factories. Okay? Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes to get through the... I try not to drop too many F-bombs. Whatever it takes to get through the frickin' day. To get through the frickin' week. There's this really funny YouTube short of I don't know what podcast. It's some famous podcast that I don't watch, and it's basically this guy trying to explain to this woman why he plays Satisfactory. And she's like, and he's like, yeah, you have to use math and you have to, and she's like, what? Like her brain is just totally broken. I made you laugh while on call with a client. Well, serves you right. Starting to think the player base needs to unionize. Boy, that's dangerous talk. You think F-bombs are ingrained in your DNA? Well, I try to use them sparingly and for emphasis. Because if you use them all the time, they lose their meaning. And I think I already dropped my one for the day. I'm like a PG-13 movie, right? You get one F-bomb. You crippled yourself working in real factories and can't do it anymore? I've led an easy life compared to that. Well, I wouldn't say easy, but not hard in that way. Hard in my own way. Giggity. Should we go here? Yes. This is the one we want. I already said my daily F-bomb, Kin 2026. She said it was a red flag. Oh, yeah. The girl in that podcast. Yeah, something like that. So I was talking about this in the Discord. Apparently this girl went like viral on, I refuse to call it X, it's Twitter. I'm an old man. On Twitter, basically saying that video games are unattractive, men playing video games are unattractive, you know, blah blah blah, you know, same old crap, right? And there was a response that I thought was hilarious, and it was basically like, if you're losing a competition with a video game, then there's something wrong with you as a woman. And it was basically like, women have these things called boobs, okay? All men know that there are women that are worth pausing their video games for and women that aren't. Sounds like we know which one you are. It made me laugh. And I was talking to my wife about it, and she made a joke. Her joke answer was, I love when you play video games. It lets me do what I want to do. But the real answer was, why would I want to keep you from doing something that you enjoy? Right? Which is a normal human response. I enjoy playing video games. It relaxes me. Okay, when I was younger, I played, you know, more World of Warcraft and Call of Duty. And now that I'm older, I build factories and I use math. And you know what? And I'm more, and I don't know, aggressive than most in that, you know, I'm trying to kind of do a channel as well, right? But yeah, I don't pick which hobbies my wife shouldn't do. But you know, it's all good. I think people just have sad lives. I also can tell when one of my shorts is going like somewhat viral because it leaves the gaming space and normies start seeing it, and I start getting questions or basically comments saying that like I'm unemployed, I don't have a family, you know, things like holy unemployment Batman. They like that one. They like unemployment final boss. And bro, I am overemployed. Okay, I work, if you include the work I do on this channel. Social media has ruined people and encourage entitlement and selfishness in many ways. I think it gives people an outlet to be be themselves. Right? Without consequence. For better or for worse. Usually and we see the for worse. I mean, we all knew those people. Like, I mean, I'm old enough to, you know, remember life before social media. those people were assholes in real life, right? I knew those people in high school. They were assholes then, right? They were judgy, nasty pieces of work then, and they're judgy, nasty pieces of work now. It's just now they can say it with at least a partial degree of anonymity. But you know, it is true that it makes it more accessible for sure. As Tom Segura would say, some people suck. What are you gonna do? Some people suck. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. Oh, the other one I get too is they see like the tower, Arasaka Tower that I built, or the city, and then they say something along the lines of, why aren't you an architect in real life? Or why don't you create something that cool in real life instead of wasting your time in a video game? And it makes me laugh, because just because I built something in a video game doesn't mean I can be an architect in real life. But honestly, they're just jelly. They're just jelly. Oh, and then they call me fat. So that is the price of a viral YouTube short. Get called fat, unemployed, lazy. As if I needed them to tell me that I was fat, unemployed, and lazy. But usually I just mess with them. It's pretty fun. Dead Hand Design, you just sold your business. That is awesome. So I'm a little jelly for that. Why don't we do this? Why don't we trade? I'll teach you how to play Satisfactory. You teach me how to build and sell businesses. I've always found that awesome. My dad owned his own business. He still does. I own a real estate business, kind of. Like that. I love that. I wanted to, and I am in my own small way, but you know, the entrepreneurial, I have an economics degree, right? And like, I love that shit. That makes me jelly. I'm legitimately like, ooh. My favorite thing I heard growing up was being fat is the least interesting thing about you. Interesting way to put it. Yeah, we'll trade Satisfactory. Coaching. But that's cool, man. Yeah, I usually have something going on, right? I've got the right now it's the YouTube channel, but I used to, you know, the one before that was driving Lyft. Yeah, I drove Lyft for 3 years. I do have a 9-to-5er that has been work from home. since the Rona, and I take advantage of that. Not in like a bad way. I'm not like cheating them, but I don't have to drive to work. I don't have to, you know, pay for insurance, etc. And I get all my work done and more. I think right here is where we want. And allows me to do things like this channel. The way I did Lyft was actually shockingly lucrative. People don't believe when I say how well I did, but that's because I didn't do the normal thing. Well, like anything, I worked the system. Your youngest is graduating in 8 days. You're gonna be a mess when that day comes. Yeah, I'll give you that on the youngest. I'll cut you some slack. Oldest though, my oldest, I can't wait for her to like be done with kid stuff. I need her help with shit, man. You lean on that economics degree. Hit us with some knowledge. Oh, we need glazed donuts. We do need glazed donuts. I don't need glazed donuts, actually. I'm trying, and I'm being relatively moderately successful. Do you like all the qualifiers I put on that? No glazed donuts. No glazed donuts. Profit equal revenue minus costs. Yeah. How about this? Government intervention on economic policies contributes to dead weight loss. Taxes. Minimum wage. Hit you with some knowledge. Here comes the rant. You also have to remember, I'm a licensed realtor. I used to flip houses. Like foreclosed houses, right? Oh, the other one, rent control. That's the other one. You found a perk in World of Tanks that rewards your failures. I actually don't really use my degree directly. Not really. I mean, I guess in my own little small businesses that I run, but to me, I don't think I really need a degree for that. It's mostly just common sense. Your business was industrial machinery hire. My top tip, always be professional. I don't mean in wear a suit kind of way, more on whatever you're doing, be an expert in that thing and never stop learning. Yeah, I agree. That's kind of the real estate, right? Real estate agent, same kind of a thing. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to, be in a suit, as you said, but it means you have to, be knowledgeable. And then I'm a consultant. My day job is a consultant, so I do a lot of client facing management. And that's one of the things, like, you know, we hire straight out of college, and you know, these freaking kids, they don't know how to talk to people. You know, they don't know how to write emails, right? Like professional emails, right? They don't know how to manage expectations. So we got to teach them like the work, but then we got to teach them how to freaking write an email that doesn't sound like, you know. You just graduated college, even though you did. You guys are gonna get a truth bomb here in a second. Can you explain to me why every house costs like $500,000? As a young male, I'll never get a house at this rate. All right. Worm King says blame BlackRock. All right, why does it cost a lot? They cost a lot because interest rates were basically negative for 30 years. That's why. That's it. That's the answer. Watch The Big Short. Go watch The Big Short. I have to teach them language of my industry. It's true. But I also have to teach them how to speak. People are leaving college thinking they know everything, then they get their hands on, they get completely lost. It depends on the person, right? I've had both experiences at my job. You know, the two kids that I'm working with right now, really smart. They know that they don't know, and they're really easy to teach. Really good experience, right? But I've had terrible ones as well. There's a square light missing. I'll fix it. Is it as bad as The Big Short? No, but The Big Short explains how all this shit works. Right, and like, even though the interest rates were low and we kept the interest rates low to recover from the crash, we didn't bring them up when we should have, and prices just kept going. And also regulatory building, it depends on where you are. All real estate is local. Okay, I can tell you why it is nearly impossible to find a place to live in Berkeley and in California in general. Right, there are construction regulations. Why can you get 3 times the house for half the price in Texas than you can in California? There's a reason, guys. You know, it doesn't take a genius. And I know, I live in California and I do real estate in California. There's other reasons too. Like there isn't one reason. We are treading, we are politics adjacent right now, but everybody's behaving responsibly. You know, we're politics adjacent. We do this sometimes. All right. So someone mentioned BlackRock. Hold on. Just let me double check a piece of information before I say this out loud. Okay. I worked for Blackstone. Blackstone and BlackRock are related, but they're different. BlackRock is the equity, is the money that funnels into and invests in companies like Blackstone that buy properties. I worked for Blackstone. I was a acquisitions. I would go down to the trustee sales with millions of dollars in cashier's checks made out to me, and or with a power of attorney. I would buy on the trustee steps. I built a reputation of being essentially able to be trusted with hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of investor cashier's checks. And I bought the houses. I was the buyer in the not the Bay Area, but like the area between the Bay Area and Sacramento. A little bit of the Bay Area. No, we're fine. No, there's no policing happening. We're all good. We're all being adults, right? Everything is fine. Everybody's being cool. I got lucky being a millennial, and I created my own company that I managed to sell to a tech company, and that was the only way I managed to buy myself a house. And I think that is really sad that that is the only way I got myself a house, because I think everyone should be able to get one with a salary job. I was able to get one because I was in real estate and I knew it was time to buy. I bought in 2011 or 2012. So I was in the business and I was able to get one. I got it off market because I knew a guy. Now I could have still gotten one, but when I bought my house, everybody was convinced that houses were scams, right? Because the average person had lost money on houses in 2007. So by the time I'm buying in 2011, 2012, right, people are still like, oh my God, buying a house is a scam, right? And that's how you know it's time to invest in something, when everybody tells you, not to do it. When everybody's buying, it's time to sell. When everybody's selling, it's time to buy. Nursery John, long time no see. What do you think about 1.2 update? Do you realize that this save, do you realize that this save saw the entire full release of the game, both 1.1 and 1.2? Yes, 1.0, 1.1, and soon to be 1.2. I do realize that. I'm not in 1.2 right now. That's it. I'm buying NFTs. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I mean, if you were going to buy NFTs, though, like, just saying. Now I'm going to get a bunch of comments on this, on this VOD from crypto scammers, because we mentioned crypto related things. I'm going to make you police the comments. I was the problem. All right, here's the deal. Was I the problem? In 2007 to 2012, during the recovery of the real estate market, was I the problem? When there is a plague and there are dead animals rotting, okay, do you blame the buzzards that are cleaning up the dead meat? Buzzards are gross. They profit off of the death of other living things. That's gross. But if that house remains vacant for 10 years, nobody's paying taxes, nobody's fixing it up, nobody's going to Home Depot and buying paint, right? The people like what I did when I flipped houses, we were the vehicle to get houses back onto the market, to get them out of the limbo that they were in, take them off the bank's hands because they had too many, and get people back in them. We took the risk. To get them back up there. And yeah, nobody really likes buzzards or maggots, right? But something has to eat the dead stuff, and it was dead, right? There were towns in my near my city or in my city where more than half of the houses on a street were vacant. You can't do it, right? And yeah, we got paid. And it's supply and demand, right? It starts off pretty lucrative, but over a couple of years, everybody else figures out how to do it because the money's there, and then the money's not quite there, and then, you know, eventually you stop when the money's too tight for you. It is what it is. But I'm glad we had that. I'm glad that system exists, because if not, it would have taken substantially longer to recover. Better than having them be economically inactive. Correct. Or you have, like, you know, we would pick up a house, right, that had a hole in its roof for 3 years. Think of all the extra damage that happened because the house was vacant for 3 years. Nobody was fixing it up. Nobody was taking care of it. And frankly, I used that to support my family. So, you know, now did my bosses make a bunch of money? Yep. Did I make a little money? I made a little. When there's blood in the streets, buy. Especially when that blood is your own. You have to remember, all those guys lost a bunch of money too because they were in real estate. It'll come back. We'll have another crash or an adjustment. You know, what do you think is going to happen when, I mean, you guys know the average age of homeowners, right? They can't take it with them. This stuff is coming back. Nature will burn down a forest for a new forest to grow. Also, some plants grow only after fire. Well, look, you know, it's just the system at work. And, you know, it's ugly, you know, and I had some pretty, shitty experiences too. I worked with a guy. I'll never forget this as long as I live. He was bragging about, you know, evicting, and look, we did evictions and it sucked. Right. But I was able to you know, usually do it in a way that let's just say not everybody felt the same amount of compassion for the people that were being evicted as others. But there were many cash for keys. A lot of people got paid. It was a wild time, I'll tell you that. Let's go like this. You know, and I dealt with the good ones, I dealt with the bad ones. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Almost knocked a dude out because of some shit that he said to somebody. But I mean, I knew the kind of guys that you just know that someone's going to not put up with their beat, that one day they're going to piss off the wrong person and that'll be it. Like, you know, you know, there are plenty of those kind of people in all businesses, but real estate is a bad one. So I had to like work in, you know, I worked in it, but I tried to, you know, retain some measure of humanity, because it was really shitty for a while there, you know. I like to try to see you sell Detroit. Here was the thing. I only did very specific areas because like your margins are like, were tight, right? I mean, if I misjudge a house by 3%, I mean, I could lose 20 grand, right? So, you know, plus you have, you know, you have fix up and all this other stuff, right? And so I only ever did areas that I was very confident in. You know, the burbs. Barrier lifts are driving you nuts. They can't be placed a nudge away in alignment and the train depot without creating this weird ghost connection. Are you talking about the splitters and mergers on the conveyor lifts? Goes back to being professional. I agree. And there's some people in the business that think that they can treat people like trash. But again, every business is like that, right? But I did the same thing then that I do now, right? I just talk to people, treat them like a human being, treat them with respect. You know, the people that really got screwed were the renters. Because oftentimes what would happen is that the owners would stop paying their mortgage, right? And then they wouldn't tell the renter, and the renter would keep paying their rent. And then, you know, we would pick up the house, and then the renter is like, wait a second, I've been paying my rent, but it's our house. We try to keep them if we could, but those were the ones that sucked. I didn't have too much sympathy when I went up to an owner and it was an owner occupied, and I had to walk by both their boats and their jet skis to get to go knock on the door. I had less sympathy for those guys. But a lot of, and again, you got to watch The Big Short on that. The mortgage brokers were not good. The mortgage brokers did not help the situation. But it was one of those perfect storm kind of things. And that movie does a really, really good job of kind of explaining everything. Where do we need to be? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we need to be here. Yep. Make sure I didn't miss any chat. The lift floor holes, yes. Yeah, you learn those little tricks for sure. Should I just do this by hand? I think we can just do this by hand. But yeah, I did that for a while. The opportunity in that dwindled over time and ended up, I still have my license, but I ended up, going to work for a, company and doing, it's not exactly financial consulting, but it's close. So I just tell people I do that because it's easier. I wish floor holes could snap to machine outputs and each other, even though the snap would technically be out of plane. You mean the belt floor holes? Don't talk to me about pipeline floor holes. You get pipeline floor holes name out of your mouth. You can do a lot with lift floor holes and kind of working the system. I do not use pipeline floor holes. Maybe I should just shut the hell up. Maybe you should. Corthal, before you go, help me find, Corthal was looking through my save and he thinks he found an issue on floor 1. Let's take a quick look-see. He says he's really leaving, except I told him to wait. Okay, it's this one, right? These are all aluminum scrap on this side. Yeah, the far right. Yep. Yeah, this was the wrong recipe. We got it. We got it. All right, Big Mikey. I'll see you on Friday night for Star Rupture, all right? Yeah, fixed, Korthal. Thank you, man. Have a good night. Okay, this is correct. Yep, see you Friday or Saturday, man. Oh, gonna have to play some games. Ooh, that works great. Nice. All right. I need a moment. All right, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right. Calm down. We're back. Relannis. So, anyone got any screenshots of how they built their space parts factories? I have some. Can you use some ideas? As I don't think your starter factory idea panned out, or I just built it wrong and it's taking too long. Try to make it where I would be able to keep a line of machines for every base. Item type through to Mark 6. Or at least basic part stock. Not sure what I was thinking with that for an early game build. Yeah. In my mind, there are factories that exist before Mark 5 belts and then factories that exist after. You hand feed your space elevator parts? That's not what I wanted to do. I was trying to find my cursor. All right, we're back, boys. Your 100x space parts. Good times. Well, you made your bed, now lie in it. That's how I feel. That's how I feel about that situation. Very much. Now, whose fault is that? Yeah, you don't want to hand feed 100,000 pasta? Trust me, I've done that already, and this is the result. No, you should, and you shouldn't shy away from asking for advice. I was, of course, very serious, not joking at all. One thing that I would say is keep in mind that whatever you build for Space Elevator Part 4 or for Phase 4 Space Elevator parts, you need for Phase 5, right? They are components. So keep that in mind as you're constructorizing. Yeah, many such cases. old hand feed. Ye old hand feed. You have an issue that you never finish what you start? Same, bro, same. Except I'm finishing this playthrough. Even though there are plenty of times when I just wish that I could be not doing this anymore. Have you tried just not doing it? Yeah, I'll come back and finish this later, and then you just never come back. Yeah. I would just break it into pieces, man. Right? Like most of the parts. I mean, here's the factory. I mean, most of this stuff you're already making. You're probably already making fused modular frames. You're probably already making cooling devices and, you know, radio control units. Now, you may not be making turbo motors, but that's okay. You're probably already making supercomputers. Right? And so the toughest one is nuclear pasta with the copper powder. I mean, it is. It's a lot. But, you know, you've already done this. It's just more of it. That's all. You're the opposite of a Rickroll. You gave it up and you let yourself down. Always gonna give me. Always gonna give it up. Always gonna let me down. In phase 2 at the moment, which is why I don't mind trying to rework the starting build right now. I would just build a lot of everything that you're gonna need. Like, build twice as much that you think of, like cooling devices and stuff like that. Look and see what they need, and you can start building them now. You know, I mean, well, not if you're in phase 2. I mean, obviously, if you're in phase 2. That's a little different. then let's pick this one up and move it down. Both of them, actually. Burn your save to the ground and start over. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I am committing the biggest faux pas. I still have to finish. I finished the rough cut of Friday's video. It's down to an hour. I'm about 20 minutes into the second pass. I have to finish the second pass. That's when I write my intro. And then I got to record the intro tonight. I have to do that tonight. And then tomorrow I can build the intro, build my graphics, do the sound balance, do the subtitles for Nerd and Melkor and Mikey. I can do all that tomorrow, and then I can render it out for Friday, but I gotta record the voiceover tonight. I'll do it after the stream and go right into it. Oh, what happened to the music? Oh yeah, it's quiet between songs a couple of times. Like, it's abnormally long between one song and the next. I don't know why. So I had an idea. I don't know that I'm going to do this. And if I do it, I said do. If I do this, it won't be for a while, a year. Okay. So nobody freak out. But I was thinking of doing a tutorial series, construction cosmetics, or cosmetics with construction, or something like that, and focusing on all of these little things that I do in Satisfactory that I learned. You know, Z fighting and doing angles, and how to, you know, do lights, and how to use blueprints to do, you know, your cosmetic blueprints, and, you know, different things like that. Maybe a series, make like 15-minute videos of a little set of related cosmetic tips, you know, and it's probably all stuff that you guys know, right? But putting them all in one place, and a lot of them are exist in YouTube Shorts, but you know, they're kind of spread out, and it's not really ideal. You know, because I feel like I'm one of the better players in that area. All right, so I feel like I have authority to be able to talk about that. Yeah, curves, right, yeah. You know, modular systems in general. You know, doing a deep dive on various settings. I mean, there's plenty of videos. There's my ego. It's always here. It never leaves us, Ray. I'm like the Hulk. Instead of always feeling angry, I'm always feeling superior. The basics of copying real life buildings. Ooh. I mean, if you think about it, you do have to have at least somewhat of an ego to make tutorials. I have to believe that I know enough about the game and that I'm good enough in the game to where people will value my opinion. Superiority and egotism. Somebody has to say it. Ray still hasn't gotten over the fact that she plays a rogue. Ugh. Gross. Given her an inferiority complex. We played well, she plays a rogue in anything in which she can play a rogue. But I was talking about Ashes of Creation. Oh, it exists. Only in our minds. Saying hurtful things. turn this? Yes. Should we try to make a D&D playthrough on Satisfactory sometime? That sounds horrible. I think it's wild that the code in the game is still there. They just have to turn the server off, like WTF, turn it back on. And if somehow we still get along, that's because I don't actually have a big head. Okay? It's all hyperbole. It's all hyperbole. On. There we go. I don't really do D&D. I'm not that much of a nerd. You heard me. This one and this one. No, I still have a big head. You're just not to ask about it. Well, I do have a very large head. That is true. I have a hard time buying hats. Telling you, you have to. I mean, what normal person thinks that they have so much to talk about and to share with random internet strangers that they're going to get on in the middle of the night and talk about shit for 12 hours? Only people that are convinced that they have something useful and positive to say, i.e. people with big heads.
Girl, look at that body. I work out.
We need an ads. We need an ads, you know, ads are here or something like that. Two little buddies. I don't want to have to delete the overlap. One more. No, just by hand. You guys are back. I probably wasn't saying anything important. Why did I make this design? Such an asshole. Should be Milk or Screaming the Strongest Shape. Oh, the ads. How do I speak on your important channel? What do you mean? Like when I'm live? Like you want to talk in the Discord? Well, you can't. These are on opposite sides. I didn't delete that. The thing is that I'm just honest about my big head. And that's the part that's most off-putting to most people. This is looking good. Yeah, I don't know which channel you're talking about there, Uber. This all looks good under here. We just had that back wall to do. Oh, springtime in California. My favorite. Are you talking about like the live Discord channel? I think that's right. Wait. There to there to there to there. Yeah, this is right. I just missed this one. It was throwing me off. So what was it about 42? It's the Secret to the Universe or something, right? What movie is that? It's a book and a movie. I mean, mostly a book. It's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. 42 is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Problem is, nobody knows what the question is. Okay. Yep, Ray got it. Don't forget to bring a towel, Mr. Towley. That's a different towel. Yes. Alan Rickman is in it. Yes, he is. It's not very good, though. Trying to spam my channel. What channel? The Discord channel? Twitch channel, the YouTube channel, the text channel, the channel in general. You asking me if I can cast spells? This isn't usually one I play music on. I'll do loud music next good one. The never-ending cosmetic fix. Bro. Okay. Get the sign out, I think, back here maybe. Oh, see one. Chatting on Twitch. But you're asking, how do I speak on your important channel? Are you talking about the sound alerts? You're already speaking. I'm not being an ass. I don't know what you're talking about. Click on the sound alert button. Are you talking about the sound alerts? You were using the sound alerts. I don't know what my important channel is. Sorry. Just say Twitch chat. I don't know what to do. And are you talking about sound alerts? You must be, because you know how to chat there already. And you're talking about, you said speak. Yeah, how do I speak on your important channel? Well, you can't speak on Twitch unless you join the Discord, which is what I thought you were talking about. So you can't blame me. I'm not being an ass. You said, how do I speak? There's no speaking on Twitch. So
yeah, tickle the bean.
Yeah, tickle the bean. If you're talking about sound alerts, then now you gotta wait 5 minutes before you can tickle the bean. Never tickle the bean within 5 minutes. I didn't know what speak meant, and I didn't know what important channel meant. I thought you meant like joining the Discord and chatting. Yeah, the language barrier is English. English, mother effer, do you speak it? Yeah, to make sure they still works. Sure, a likely story. No, I don't think TTS. I'm not saying anything. You're reading too far into my message. I don't know, man. You're the one calling me an ass. I'm just trying to answer your question, sir. Sir. Sorry, boss. Sorry, boss. I didn't know, boss. Sorry, boss. Sorry, boss. Sorry, boss. That one's not right. Go. He's in the Discord? Yeah. I thought he was talking about talking in the Discord too. Because he's used the Discord, right? I don't know, man. I've just built 400 of these little signs and I'm going crazy. Which part of the game do you think has the best visual design? I mean, I really like the lighting and the sky. You know, what's possible in, you know, with Lumen. My favorite parts of the game's best visual design are the visual designs that I've designed. Mine. Do it. I don't know that song. What song is Do It? I don't. I'm not sure. Oh, I'll pick. Think about it. Yeah, you like the machines, guys? Is this it? We might be done here. Let's do a quick pass here. Yeah, I think the machines are cool, especially the later machines, the particle accelerator, etc. I think are really cool. I'll think of something to sing. Let's see. Oh, here's a miss. Oh, here as well. What's this? It's not right. This all looks good. Guys, are we done with floor 5? Are we official? I think we're official. I'm just grabbing these right now while I'm thinking about it. We're not ending quite yet. I do see something that needs to be fixed, though. You're not hearing any singing? Well, that's because I'm not singing. So... mystery solved. Okay, that should fix that. All right, so big question is... no, his name's Uber Troll. So, you know, he is ooh, almost spilled my iced tea. He is, well named. We just let him do his thing. You know, I'll sing a song here in a minute. All right, so this floor is ready. Another floor done. We are officially past the halfway point on the construction of the machines. That was an easy floor, frankly. It was. Far fewer machines, very easy belt layout. We did have to deal with pipes, but pretty straightforward, honestly. So the next floor is time crystals and trigons. And this one doesn't look too bad, actually. We didn't make this for floor 5. Let's go ahead and make this for floor 6, because floor 5 was honestly very, very easy. So this is basically just a breakdown. It's probably pretty small for you guys. Let me zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, funny enough, the spaghetti has already started.
It has. I mean, not yet. All right. So we need the machine, the recipe, is basically a cheat sheet, right? Dragons and time crystals. I don't know. What song should I sing? Need to make a floor hall. We do need a floor hall soundboard. Sound alert. Hold on, just fixing something here. All right. We got to figure out the imports and the exports. We do have a final product here. Fix it. Trigons. Let trigons be trigons. I think we have time crystals too, don't we? Oh, did that count? Did that singing count? Yeah, these three. We do have two outputs. All right, what are our inputs? Reanimated Sam and cat ingots. Yes. Exporting trigons and time crystals. What floors are these going to? Biochemical sculptor. What floor is that on? 9. And the neural quantum processor gets the other 2. And the synthetic power shard. So floor 7 is the neural quantum processors. All right, we get, so 7 and 9. Oh my God, fat finger. Okay, nice. Reanimated salmon, cat ingots. Is that all we're importing? That can't be it. Diamonds. These tickets are now diamonds. All right, that's it. Okay, and then we have fix it ingot cat 8.667, and then time crystal 21.5. Time crystal, or no, this is diamonds. Okay. That's our cheat sheet. I'm stalling. I can't think of a song. So, I mean, I guess. Wait. YouTube. To confirm, to continue, we need to confirm that it's really me. Bro, YouTube. QR code BS. Back. I don't think it ended my stream or anything. It just wouldn't let me like read the chat. There's always something. There's always some BS. All right, we got this. All right, I'm open for suggestions on songs. You know, something quick and dirty. All right, this is our layout. We can do some prep work so that we hit the ground running hard on Saturday. Party in the USA. Yeah, that's gonna happen. All right, let's clean this stuff up. Oh, you know what else we can do? We can do we could make these. I spelled Arasaka wrong. Let's make these. Pink Pony Club. Dude, you had me sing Sweet Caroline last time. Besides, if I sing Sweet Caroline, you're not going to get very much out of it because I only know Sweet Caroline and then ba ba ba. That's all I know. I won't count that one though. It's like a genie. I'm like a genie that gives the gift, like that grants the wish in like the lamest way possible. Actually, I should have done this last, but oh well. and in and to the lefty. Okay. You did Sweet. No, you had me sing Sweet Caroline, yeah. And the only part I knew was ba ba ba. Should I do a separate one for these? Solid in, solid out. Two solids in, solid out. Nah, we'll just do... floor hole time. Okie Sooners AFK. Oh, the Black Parade. That'd be a tough song. Guys certainly don't make it easy on a guy. Yeah, right there. I gotta sing Welcome to the Black Parade. Crazies. It's my range. And I think you guys know that. All right. The other one's a constructor, right? Yeah, which we have. All right. Biggest problem is, been burning the candle on both ends. All right, let's kill this. Just sleepy. Yeah, we'll get a good soundbite for floor holes. Black Parade's a little high for me. I'd have to do it an octave low, which, you know, I could do. All right, Kateri Mingots, Reanimated Sam. They're both already here. What about diamonds? These tickets are now diamonds. Right, let's mark these diamonds. Oh, they're singing. Nice. All right, and then we need to feed into the beast. The other option is floor. The other option is floor holes. Dude, I have those headphones that have some real bass to it, and that ending had your teeth chattering. The ending to the song that you guys were singing. All right here, we need a merger. All right, and then we got to go floor 7 and floor 9. Poor Worm King. We're just really breaking his brain tonight. Yes, you can. There are some complications with them. They always seem to be a meter too high or too low for where you want them. But yes, in theory. Or 7 and 9. Why don't we go? I can only avoid it till next stream. No. We'll find. A song. Those have been resolved in 1.2. Be nice. That's a little tight. Let's go same thing again. Yeah, you can see it's a little funk, right? So this is 6. We need floor 7. Actually, just need to come up here to 9. I will do time crystals and then trigons. Poor Worm King, man. He's having a problem. I'll show you. I'll show you. Toblerones. Yes, lifts can have infinite height if you snap them to a floor hole, but you have to have the destination has to be perfect. All right, so I know exactly where this goes, so I'm gonna snap it, and I like to go low to high. High to low is sometimes janky, so we're gonna come all the way up. Normally it would only go this high. As long as you can snap to a destination floor hole just like that, you're good. But you have to be lined up perfectly. Okay, we did time crystals and then trigons. That's 8. This is 7. Oh, I don't know what that is. Probably maybe reanimate Sam. I don't know. Let's do. Been staggering lift stacks. I know. We have to go see what this is. Reanimated Sam. We need reanimated Sam on floor 9. Sam fluctuator on floor 9. Dark matter residue. 647. I'm on 7. I'm not on 9. Doi. Yeah, this is for this is reanimated Sam. If I'm not mistaken, they fixed that 1.2. Could swear I heard bits talking about in the last few days. The lifts, floor holes thing. I could show them the infinite elevator. Bro, I'm avoiding this so hard. I'm just playing. I'm just playing, my friend. I don't know. Time crystals reanimated Sam here. You said that you're a singer? I don't know. Which one was this? Trigons. Sometimes I sing. Do I know which one, Cube Wave? All right. Okay, I think all that's done. Happy birthday to myself. That'll get me copyright. This is struck. The champs. Dude, we did tequila. I actually watched Sandlot because we were talking about that song. What are the lyrics? Is it literally just tequila? The only part that I Tequila makes her clothes fall off. That's not the right song. Wait, what are the lyrics for this one? Yeah. Different one. She said, I'm going out with my girlfriends, margaritas at the Holiday Inn. Oh, have mercy. My only thought was tequila makes her clothes fall off. I told her to put an extra layer on. I know what happens when she drinks Patron. Her closet's missing half the things she bought. Yeah, tequila makes her clothes fall off. She'll start by kicking out her shoes, lose an earring in her drink, leave her jacket on the bathroom stall, drop a contact down the sink. Them pantyhose ain't gonna last too long. If the DJ puts Bon Jovi on, she might come home in a tablecloth. Yeah, tequila makes her clothes fall off. She can handle any champagne brunch, a bridal shower with Bacardi punch, Jello shots full of Smirnoff, but tequila makes her clothes fall off. Different song. No, I know. It just popped up in the autofill. Yeah, no, it's just tequila over and over again. Low Rider. I only know the one line for Low Rider. We sang it when we were, kids. You've never heard that one? I knew of it, but it made me laugh. Let's see. Yeah, the only part I know is all my friends drive a low rider. It's the only part I know. All right, let's switch this out. Why is this working? No connection. What is going on here? There we go. Yeah, it's just it's the one in the Sandlot, right? When they're eating the tobacco and then barfing all over in the carnival. There we go. That's better. You think you've fallen asleep and woken up to that song playing on the George Lopez show at like 2 a.m. in the morning? That's a show I haven't watched. 5x5x1 ultra white. Is this the one? Yep. Not gonna make anything you didn't want to do. I sang Low Rider. Sleep easy, man. Yeah, we are getting close to the end. Yeah, I also read the lyrics to Tequila Make Her Clothes Fall Off. That one I didn't know the tune for. You know, maybe we could have gotten something out of that one. Well, that's the only part I know. I don't know. I can't work miracles, sir. Well, I mean, I can, but you know, just not on demand. I think this is the last thing that we really need to do to prep for this. We can lay these down. I mean, honestly, truly, I'm pretty tired trying to finish this off. and trying to concentrate to get this stuff done. But that doesn't mean I don't want to sing something. I just don't have anything right now except what I've already done. Why do my blueprints snap together nicely? Which ones? Oh, well, I have it on blueprint mode. You know, you can change the mode. See build mode. So, and I'm purposefully looking at the side of the one next to it to get it to snap. I sang, all my friends drive a low rider. Bump, 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 bump. I think I did some tequilas too. Ooh, that's wrong. I mean, not wrong. Just have to nudge it in. You're uninstalling, you don't know anything about this game? There's just a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn. You know, and I get a lot of people, you know, giving me tips and stuff. How many hours do you have, Worm King? Anything less than 1,000, you're a noob. You need 1,000 hours to get a little higher. Here, let's look. Lyrics for low rider. Yeah, all my friends know the low rider. Is it no? It is no. I thought it was drive. The low rider is a little higher. I'll have to listen to that again. That doesn't compute in my brain. I think I've been singing it wrong for like 30 years. You have about 700 total? Yeah, you're still a noob. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. If that works. I like 1,000 hours. 1,000 hours, you know, it's a nice round number for newbies. Poking through on this one. All right, Okie Sooner, have a good night, man. Yeah. It's just funny how simple concepts have evaded you this entire time. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Let's bang these in. You know you can delete entire blueprints, right? And you can eyedropper entire blueprints, right? Riding on the train causes crashes. Do you mean like train crashes or game crashes? Yeah. Well, you know how you can copy a you know, like if I want to build a particle accelerator, I hit middle mouse button and it selects it, right? If I want the, you know. I don't have to open the menu. I just look at it and I hit middle mouse button. Did you know that? Like I just did. I'm not hitting and by the way, and when you do that, it also copies the color and stuff, which is good in this case, right? Because I want the settings to be the same. All right, you can do the same thing with blueprints. Okay, so see, I eyedropper the blueprints. Yeah, and the recipes. Good, yeah, good call. And you can delete the whole thing too, of course. All right, we'll have to give Uber a refund on his. Give him another song besides Low Rider. I only knew one line of that one. Didn't count. All right. Four hours and 12 minutes, guys. We finished off the cosmetics. We did a couple of little tours. This floor is ready to go. We've done a bunch of prep work on the next floor. Okay, we've done all of this work. We've done the floor work that needs to be done. Everything's ready. We got our inputs set. Time crystals, trigons. Okay, reanimated Sam coming in, Caterium ingots coming in, outputs, diamonds coming in. Okay. My name's Jakes. Then again, I watched some videos on this game and I feel like a kid playing in the adult section. Yeah. I mean, people do some crazy stuff, me included, but there's people that do crazier stuff than me. So I hear you. I was around when you had to spiral foundations to go up instead of hypertubes and ladders and stairs. When the power slugs were green. Did you have to walk uphill walk to school uphill both ways in the snow? All right, big day Saturday. All right, so Friday night, Star Rupture. Saturday night, knocking out floor 6. You know, it'd be really cool if we could do, since we did so much prep work today, maybe we could just get in on floor 6 and do the whole thing in one day. How awesome would that be? Right? And then maybe on Wednesday, we do the prep work for the rest of the floors. I don't know. Something like that would be awesome. Or maybe, maybe on Wednesday we do prep work on the trains, right? Because we have train work to do. So that way Saturday nights are still major floor days. But I mean, we need to run out the rest of this. For 4K thumbnails, it seems you just have to upload 4K thumbnails. I agree. My question is, I don't know how to take 4K thumbnails in Satisfactory. You want your song? He wants his song. Got one for you. How do you handle the logistics of bringing various quantities of things to make something else when the values aren't what are required for 100% efficiency? I'm not sure what I don't understand the question. To make something else, the values aren't what are required. You mean you need more or less? I have a short on infinite elevators. You can find that one. What's the native res? Yeah, 1440. I got to figure out how to get a 4K screenshot out of my 3440 by 1440. All right, just the chorus. This is just for you, Uber Troll. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. There you go. I assume the verses are the same as the chorus. Worm King. Rephrase your question. How do you handle the logistics of bringing various quantities of things to make something else? The values aren't what are required for 100% efficiency. So say you want to make a turbo motor. You're already making the ingredients for it elsewhere. You get them moved to their destination. You have odd values of output happening that aren't matching 100% efficiency. Well, because you didn't bring them enough, because you don't have enough materials. So you want to make turbo motors, you're bringing the materials, you bring the materials in, and then what? You didn't bring enough? Man, all that trouble for channel points. Enough or more than enough? Well, they just back up. If it's more than enough, I mean, you just back up, right? And you leave extra in the train, or they back up on the belt. I mean, that's what's happening. Remember when I showed you that train line over there? I'm not bringing the exact amount, right? I mean, look at all these materials leaving on the trains. Right, this is outbound. There's still water on there. But I'd rather have too much than too little. The train can just take it back. Who cares? And then when it goes to fill up, there's less to fill up. You just shoot it off or scrap the rest or store it and throw it into depots. I mean, you could scrap the rest if you wanted, you know. See, now this one's, you know, more empty. There's some coal. Well, that's an inbound train. Do we ignore the 100% efficiency? No, you can have your machines can still run at 100% efficiency. but you can bring more items there. Right? You just have extra items. These are at 100% efficiency. 100, 100, 100, 100. But I have extra copper. Who cares? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm bringing more copper than I need. I don't, it doesn't bother me. I don't think you need to store or sink the excess. I mean, you can if you want. Like, I could overflow and sink the excess so it's using up. Basically, it just means that all the way back at wherever I'm mining this copper, do you want the mined copper? So you want all of your miners to be running at 100% all the time. Wow. Let's not talk about the tickets I have, okay, sir? I have 1,600 coupons there. They just stay on the train, Worm, and they stay on the train. The train is going in a circle. The rubber just stays on there. That's what I'm doing. And I have another 1,000 there. I have 2,600 coupons. Or, I mean, this is what's happening here. I mean, look at all this copper leaving. Now, what could I do? Here's what I could do if I cared. I could smart splitter. Okay, I could overflow left. Okay, and I could do it for all 3 lines. And then that way, whatever doesn't get used gets sunk. I could do that. But honestly, I'd rather just make sure I have enough copper. I want to make sure that my machines run 100% efficiently. I don't care that my miners run 100% efficiently, right? Because this copper ore, this is going to back up all the way back to the miner. I have a bad habit of building a new factory from ore to finished product for every piece I need. I don't think that's a bad habit. I don't know why that changes your question. I think you may be making an assumption, or I'm not understanding your question fully. Well, there's 2 power graph lines. Are you going for perfect power production or perfect power consumption? Because you will never reach perfect power consumption. Because a little thing like particle accelerators exist. Send the excess into storage. I wouldn't. I don't know. I mean, you can store. I mean, you just have storage containers forever. I mean, yeah, I mean, you can sink it. Honestly, I would just keep it on the train. No, I mean, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I would move the rubber. If you're already making a ton, you don't need 450 per minute to build. You know, plus you probably saved up enough. I mean, look, you could do whatever you want, right? If I was bringing rubber to a factory and I wasn't fully using all the rubber that I was bringing, I would just send the leftovers that I wasn't using back home on the train. Just like I'm doing right here, see? He's full of copper, but a bunch of it's gonna leave and go back. These aren't gonna be empty, and I don't care. Well, I'm sure he's already got some dimensional storage for use. These are extra rubbers. She's a brick. Ow. So yeah, see there, I'm sending back all this copper. I don't care. Other people say that's not 100% efficient. I don't know. That's not part of my definition. No perfect power due to many things: hover packs, trains, particle accelerators, vehicle stations, geopower if used, and a bunch of random things. I mean, yeah, for sure. You know, things like automatic lights and yeah. I mean, he's 100% right. Power consumption. You can get perfectly flat power creation as long as you're not using geothermal. But honestly, you should really just be trying to get 100% efficiency out of your machines. And you know, I mean, like I said, you can do whatever you want. Aw. Have to fix that. That's ugly as shit. Let me fix these. Yeah, with the particle accelerators. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about perfectly flat power usage, but you can get 100%, because then you have to have perfectly, if you wanted to do that, honestly, if I wanted to do that, I would just set, well, you can't sink oil. All right, I was gonna say right after every mine, just put a sink right next to the raw ore, so whenever it backs up, it just keeps the miner running. But that's not gonna work because you can't sink oil. You can't sink a liquid. I think we're clean. Ooh, look at that. Perfect. I mean, you got to pick your battles, right? And you got to pick the battles that are fun for you and fun challenges. But not ones that are so overly restrictive that it makes you quit the game. Now he's package and sync it. It's true. You could. Good luck trying to get a smart splitter functionality on a pipe. Yeah, you can sync the byproducts. I agree. Yeah, you keep picking misery and throttling yourself to the point of frustration and quitting. So my suggestion for enough of a challenge right, is perfectly efficient machines. When you go and look at your factory, they always say 100. There's no blinking red lights. That means no excess byproducts. That means, you know, all of that stuff, right? If you can get that, that's challenging. That's hard. But I don't think that using all of the resources up perfectly, that you either need to that go into that factory or that leave that factory is part of that. That's a lot. Pipe junction has a specific priority that kind of resembles a smart filter with overflow. Only if you build it right. You have to build it like this. We're starting pipeline. Religion. Like if you're only using 300 here, or like, I don't know, what's a better number? 400. Like if you're using 400 here, then 200, like if it's coming in this way, right? 200 will eventually come out here. You have to use lowest pipe fills first, which is how I get, it's funny, on my, let's see if he responded. I got a huge comment on the video talking about how liquid is a religion. I mean, a huge comment on a short telling me basically like how he does liquids, and about half of it is like the opposite, right? He basically was like, if you want to use byproducts like in aluminum, you have to use a valve. And I was like, I don't use valves. But you could do something like that. Oh, ads. Freaking ads. I sometimes use valves, but I try not to. All right, we're saving. I have to record. I have to do like at least an hour and a half of work on Friday morning's video still tonight before I go to sleep. Maybe I'll sing in the intro. You won't know. You'll have to watch it on Friday morning. 168. But yeah, if you use pipes fill from the bottom up, you can get it to do some pretty cool things. Okay, guys, if you are watching on YouTube, a like would be amazing on the live stream /VOD. I only ask at the end. I blueprinted an aluminum refinery factory, recycling the fluids. 2 sets work, 1 keeps getting backed up. Pipes are truly a religion. Yeah, my blueprints, they can definitely work. You may have something like a fundamental flaw. Sometimes a broken pipe will get saved in a blueprint. So that'll really cook your noodle. You make a blueprint, you break a pipe, that brokenness gets passed through the blueprint. So it could be something like that. Yeah, of course. Worm King, appreciate all the feedback and tips. You're welcome. So YouTube likes on the VODs would be awesome. And then we are going to raid on Twitch because we always raid. We raid into the same game. Oh, he's following me. That means he's cool. I've never raided him before, but he follows me, so I mean, easy, right? All right, guys. I will see you Friday night for Star Rupture. We're gonna open up the map and continue building factories. Because I mean, of course we will. All right, and I'll see you on the Discord. Have a good night, guys.